Hello, welcome to our episode 6 of our inventory management system. So in today's episode, we covered a number of concepts and we have really gone so far close to finishing our project. So I just want to show you what we covered in today's episode. So we started with updating our Prisma schema to cover all the necessary models we need for the entire project. And you can see that it grew to about 600. It is now about 685 lines. So you can see it is a huge Prisma schema, and this is what we did. And we also covered each individual schema and why. Each individual model and why we need it. So from that, we went ahead and created a seed file. So we also created a seed file that is going to help us to seed data into the database. And this creates like organization, default API keys, default user roles, products, items, and so many things that we created in the schema file. You can see it is also a very big schema file with about 900 lines. So this was really great. So we started now implementing some of the models following this procedure that we were using here. So we went ahead and implemented a couple of models, and the first one that we implemented was the location. So if you just go here under settings, we added locations. So we used the custom data table that we created previously that is using data React query. So you can see here I can just go ahead and create a demo, and then I just call this just add some of the information. So you can just say go here and I can add a location. You can edit it as well. So you can see here, you can just come here and update this. You can also go ahead and delete. So we did all this stuff, and now we went ahead and we also added under purchases, we added suppliers. Okay, so we added suppliers. This took us some more time, but what we added, you can add first of all, you can add so let's just add the test, and then here test contact. Okay, and then we can just like add a phone number and email. Okay, and then from here you can edit. So we created the edit page where you can update this. For instance, the name, I can say this is Wilson, and then update, and you see that this updates in real time, plus all these details you can just go ahead and update. So we worked on the supplier, or the suppliers. You can also of course go ahead and delete this supplier. So you can see this is what we worked on. And another thing we worked on is we, after creating these locations, now we can invite the user using that location. If you just go here and you go back to the users, and this you create send an invite. Now you can see that the invite now is having the location. So the new user you invite to the organization will be placed in a certain location, and these locations are like the warehouses. If you just like look at them, you can have like the main warehouse, the downtown store, the online store. So you can invite a user and then assign him a role plus also the location. And you can see this was the one we used in this case, and we all put together. You can see we have purchases, and everything right now is coming together. So the fact that we put all the necessary the necessary models in here. We just like remaining to integrate and finish a few of them. We already have like the API keys and everything working. So right now I'm seeing that the system is really getting close and is giving us a clear picture and coming to close to an end. And if you just want to get started, let's dive in. Hello, welcome to our new episode of Zoho Inventory Management System. Today is episode 6. Welcome back. So previously we tackled a lot of nice things, including API management and a lot of stuff that we really covered. So in today's episode, I'm just going to continue with tackling more nice concepts and trying to move towards finishing this system. So in today's episode, we're going to look at updating everything so that we have all the work that we are supposed to work on, and we try to also move as fast as possible as we can. So where do we start from? So the first thing, I'm just going to make sure that I have all the models. So there we have the models, but if you look at this, we have these things that we commented, like the purchase orders, transfer line adjustments, and so on and so forth. So we need to make sure now that we have all the models. Okay, we need to make sure we have all the models, and so I'm just going to go ahead, and that will be the first thing that we're going to do. We'll start from there. So I have this file. I will share this file in the description so that you can just like have it. Okay, so we are going to start with updating the schema. We have the these models. So what I will do, I will first duplicate this one so that we have the previous one, just in case we get into problems, we still have a backup. So I'm just going to go ahead and update with this. So you can just come here. I'm just going to copy this and just going to select everything, and then I'll paste this. So this one is a giant, as you can see here. We have about 736. This one was about 300, so we have just added about 400 lines. So I just go to here, and we're going to be cross-checking, like what have we updated, if there is any changes. So I will also just move to the beginning of this. So you can see the account from here. We have also the account. There is nothing much added to this. Okay, then we have the session account, and then you can see here we have the session, and then we have these. So we have this now role. So there is nothing added in the role. So this one was not even doing anything. So we have role, and there is nothing much here in the role. We have the display name, role name, and then the organization with the permissions and the users. That's the same thing: role name, organization, permissions, and the users. And then we have the user model. So in the user model, it has a lot of things. This is where we create a new user, and then the password. The most important thing has some of these things here. So if you just scroll down, I have these things. So actually, like some of these things, like the savings, blogs, we are going to clean them today, so we don't need these. These ones I will remove them, and I will push at once. So I will just go ahead. They were having some forms that we're using. Let's first leave them. So organization, then org ID now as the location ID, location name. So just go here, we have the location things is verified. So even the here we can just like add the location name is verified. So now we have like more relationships that we have added. Okay, so like for instance we have the purchase orders, okay, so purchase orders, okay, I'm not sure if they have to have okay, the user who created them. So you can see created purchase orders, approved purchase orders, created transfers, approved transfers, created sales, created adjustments, approved adjustments, received goods. Okay, so these are the new models that we created. So there is organization. Organization has the users, has the invites, locations, has the inventory, has the items, categories, brands, in tax or suppliers, purchase orders, sales orders, transfers, adjustments. Like everything is under this. Okay, everything is under this. So I will actually just remove these. I'm just going to remove these things, the blogs and savings. At this point, I'm just going to go ahead and remove these models. I'm not going to need them, so let me just go to wherever they are. I'm just going to remove them at this point. We already have a lot of stuff. I'm just going to bring the terminal and go to problems. Okay, so I'm just going to say savings. So remove the savings, remove the blog category, then remove the blog. Okay, so we have 5 issues. Okay, so just like move on, we'll see them. So we had finished these ones. Let me minimize them. Under users, you can just like remove these two. So let's minimize user. Then we have organizations. So this is why I remove all these. Okay, so organization has all these models. We have invite. Okay, so when you invite as the organization and then the email. So one thing that we want to, I think when we are inviting a user, we'll invite them on a specific location. So we might just actually like when you're sending the invite, you need to select also the location. You can see it has the email. So the only thing is, because this, when you call this invite, the user will create an account using this. So, and since in the location, so you will see that so I think it is okay, we can just leave it like this. But if you just check on the user here, you can see that the user has the location ID and also the location name. So these would send them on the invite, so that the invited person is under a certain place. Okay. Okay, so we'll update this form. For the invite, we have to invite a person to a specific place. I'm not sure if it is supposed to be entered here. We're just going to leave it like that. We have the API key, okay, then we have the location, which is related to the organization, and then the location type. You can see there is a warehouse shop. There is a warehouse shop and virtual. And then the relationships location has users, inventories, inventory, incoming, outgoing, purchases, sales, good receipts, adjustments in a particular location. So a location is a big one that we haven't worked on. Then we have then the category. I don't think there's anything changing in these ones. Brand, tax rate, item. Okay, item. So we already have like the item working. The only thing I want to check is I still remember need the sales count. Then we have the relationship with inventory, serial numbers, suppliers, supplier relations, purchase orders, sales, order and transfer, adjustment, and good receipt. Then you have suppliers. So here is the supplier, and the supplier has this relationship also with the items. Okay, the supplier, the item supplier. So this I think puts the mean order quantity, unit cost, lead time. Okay, then we have the inventory. So this one is also a big one. The one which is controlling it has the item, location, quantity, reserved quantity, then organization. Okay, so you have the serial numbers. Let's send this. Purchase order. Okay, purchase order has also goods receipt. So when you create a purchase order, has this the purchase order line. Then we have purchase order line, then goods receipt, good receipt line. Then we have the sales models, where we have the customer, then the sales, the sale order, then the sale order line, transfer, and then transfer line, adjustment line. Yeah, so those are the models we have. So this is going to be the first step here. So we update the this. I'm just going to go ahead and push this. This is going to means a lot of things. Okay, it means a lot of things, but I'm just going to go ahead and update. So npx Prisma db push. We could just first stop the server first. and let me just run the db push. It will have a lot of questions, I believe. So after this, now you can also go through to understand what every model does. So down here there is the reason for each model, and I'm just going to first follow this. As we are just moving, we make sure that all the things the way we have them here, they are working. Okay, just going to follow this. Okay, so next let's update the permissions. There are some things that we have added that we need to update in the permission. So here they are saying there are a few changes. For instance, made the column tax on table item required, but it is one existing null values. So tax, let's just go and see the tax on the item. So just like search for item. Let's go to item. So tax, where is tax? Okay, so there is this tax. Let's make this not required. You can see all other things are not required, so we cannot make it required unless we give it a default value. Okay, so that one I'm just going to say that made tax. Okay, so Control C. Let's clear. And now let's just again push. We see if we have any other thing. So this one we have just made it not required, the tax. Okay. So as we said, we want to update the permissions. So let's go here to the permissions. So the permissions are found in the permissions here. So we have the permissions. So you're just going to go see if there are some permissions we need to update. So you can see we start with this. Okay, so we have dashboard, then we have the user. So users, roles. Okay, so here it seems like, did everything go where? Yeah, so everything went where, and you say the database is in sync, so the Prisma was generated. There will be a lot of errors, but we're going to fix them. Let's go and update the permissions. So I have the users, roles, and then we have the inventory. So on the inventory, I'm just going to minimize this one. Roles, inventory, items, categories, roles. So we have the items, categories, brands. We have units, stock, units, stock, then serial numbers, then transfers, adjustments, transfers, adjustments, and then we have the purchase order and goods receipt, purchase orders, goods receipt. We have suppliers, then we have sales, sale orders, we have sales, sale orders, then we have the point of sale. Oh, so we have the, from sale orders we have the customers. Okay, that's good. So in between here we have the customers. That's nice. So you have the point of sale, then we have returns. Oh, we actually have already the customers. So this is just not necessary. We already have the customers somewhere. So point of sale returns and then we have the customers, and now we go to the reports. Then we have the reports, then we have the inventory reports, then purchase reports, inventory reports, purchase reports, sales reports. Then we have product reports, supplier reports. Okay, so there is supplier reports. Maybe that one we have to add it. So under the after the product reports, we have also this supplier report. Just going to add it here, just to make sure that we have it. If I find it again, then we have the customer. Isn't like this is repeated? We have the customer report. What did we put up here? Oh, so we have the customers, and this is the customer report. Okay, this is customer report. And then we have integrations. So you have the integrations, then point of sale integrations, point of sale integrations, accounting integrations, API settings. Okay, then we have the so here we have API. There is e-commerce. So just like want to add like an e-commerce, so we can just like add this e-commerce settings, kind of integrations. Then we have settings, locations, locations, then company settings, tax rates profiles, tax rate profile. Then we have like password, API keys, password. Okay. Let me just add this, but we already have like I think API integration or something. We don't need content. Then we have the like products. Do we need products? They are not. We don't have any where products. So I'm just going to remove the products. Like, do we need the products really? Then the blogs. I'm also just going to remove the blogs. We don't have the blogs. Okay, so with this we have the admin, user, and manager. I don't know, like we have added a few things. I'm not sure if like it's necessary to add them here. Like they were very few, I guess. Okay, so I'm just going to leave them like that. So the next thing is updating the seed file so that we can just like seed some dummy data into our app. So let's just go and see. Okay, so if you just like go back to the seed file, which is this one, already seed file has a problem, which we'll fix, I believe. But what else did I want to fix? Let me just go here. cleaning the data. So we removed the blogs, so these blogs are gone, and the savings. Okay, savings are gone. So we start with generating the API key. Let me see here. So there are some things that purchases, sales, reports, like integrations, and all these other things. Locations. Does this have like in the, because we're getting like these admin permissions and everything from here in the permissions. Inventory, categories, brand, like this has no locations. Okay, so you might just like really need to update this. So I'm just going to go ahead and update this. For instance, today for the admin. So I'm just going to do this. Okay, so copy. And let's go to where we have the admin. So I will just go ahead and update this. Just okay, just paste. So since we have removed the blogs, we have also removed the products. Okay, I'm just going to leave only the orders. Okay, then for the, we have user permissions. So these are the user, so we give them basic. I'm not sure, like, okay, so can't even see sales. Okay, sales. Okay, so that's okay. And then the manager, so user permission, and then all these additional ones. Okay, nice. So we have the clean database, and then here we have a lot of stuff, transactional data, like transfer lines, good receipts, and all these stuff. So you, after the users, we can delete all this, delete inventory data, delete the master data. Then there is delete the session data, blogs, and finally delete all the loads. Okay, so just going to copy this from where we disconnect all roles from users. So disconnect where we are disconnecting here. So we have the clean. So after disconnecting, I'm just going to replace with this. So here, just paste. So we have added the ones to do with these adjustments and adjustment lines and all those kind of stuff, right? Nice. So we don't have these savings and blogs, they are all gone. Okay, so we can delete the users. Okay, so the cleaning is done. Let's go to the seed. So the seed is here. So we create the starting with creating organization. So you can create it minimally, or you can give it some actual data. So just going to do here, created organization. So you can, let me just come here, start by creating the organization. So this replaces this one. So like you can just like add it, like we are giving it more data, but still the same thing. Default, industry, country, United States, and then like you have California state, then all these stuff, right? Then we create the API key, so that is there. So okay, we had to put the API key down somewhere. Where is it? Did I just like add it? Must have just like deleted it while pasting this. So down here we have the, you have to create the API key for this organization. So we create a default API key. Now they generate API key function. So this, we can just get it from the generate. I don't know if it will just work, but just like get it from there. If it doesn't, we'll create it from there. So let's create the roles. So you can see we have the under creating the roles. So we have the admin role. Okay, so admin. Let's see here, create admin role. Creating admin role, let me just paste here, like this is exactly the same, like display name, role name, then full system access, permission, admin, and the org. So this, we have it covered, right? The admin role. Then we create the manager role. I don't think we had the manager, did we? So let's create the manager role here. And now we have to get these manager permissions. And then we have the user role. So here afterwards we can say created roles. So here you can just say create a role, and then after you created all of them here, so down here, so you create the roles. Now create the location, because you have to send them to the users. So creating locations, because we didn't have, I think, locations, but let's go ahead and create the locations. So before creating the users, let's create the location. So using promise.all, and then we pass an array of these. So we create the, for instance, the main warehouse. Okay, and then we create another one, downtime store, and then also create the online store. Then you have the create users. So now we start creating these users. So up here, first they create all these passwords. So we have the admin password, then hashed admin password, manager password, hashed, user password, hashed. So like we have this covering the passwords. So here, like this. Okay, we have this should be a creating users. Okay, so we have this. Why is this saying? I think because like we already have it somewhere. So then we create the admin. We're going to remove these ones. I know they are down there. Then we create the admin user, and with a location. So the good thing is now we create the admin, but then having the location. So we create the admin, and we give him one of the locations. So you can see locations at 0. So like is at the main. So this one is at the main warehouse. So I'm just going to first also remove these. So now we create a manager. So you can just say create a manager, and then after the manager you can create these, and then here you can also put all their stuff like the credentials. So we can create a regular user, and then down we'll add all their passwords. And actually we were stopping there, so I'm just going to clear all these. From the admin user we have others. First of all, we create the manager. So with this manager, the most important is you also add is verified, and then the hashed manager password, then the location is this, and then we have the regular user whom we'll just put also at the location 1. Okay, so after creating the users, then we consult their passwords. Okay, so now this is where we continue create brands. So here we're creating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 brands. So let's go ahead and create the brands, then create the categories. Okay, and then create the units, then create the taxes, create some suppliers. Okay, and then create 10 items. So here we're just creating 10 items. I want to go up to the 10 items after creating them here. So next is going to be linking suppliers. Let me first add that. So after this console, we add this. So to take you very fast, what we have done here is I'm just going to start from brands. So here we have, like, after creating the users, create the brands. So we have Apple, Samsung, Sony, LG, Dell, and this is the name and the slag and the organization ID. And then we create categories like electronics, computers, phones, TVs, audios, and we give them a default image. I don't know, like, do the categories have images? So you just go to category. Yeah, so they have this image which is not required, but we can give them a default one, I guess. And then we created the categories. Then we create the units. So piece, kilogram, meter, liter, and then the box. And then we create the rates. Okay, so the rates like no tax, reduced tax, standard rate, luxury rate, import tax. So you can create all those taxes. and then you can create suppliers. So suppliers, we have the name, address, payment terms. I don't like the payment term for some reason is let me just go to supplier. So I mean here we must be having like somewhere supplier, right? So you have payment terms and is int in days. Days. Oh, okay. Like I think it's like when do you pay? Okay. Can see it is this. Okay, so now we create the supplier. We create now the items, the name, SKU, barcode, weight, and all these stuff. Now I don't think like all these are required, but you can just like go ahead and put these. So we have the 10 items. So you just scroll down here. We are creating 10 items. Now we have the slug, generate slug here. We can just get this generate slug function from of course, and then we created the items. So now after that we link the items to the suppliers. So because like as we said, like we have multiple suppliers, so you can link 1 to 2 suppliers to each item, because like you can have in real sense actually like you can't have like a supermarket being supplied by only one supplier for a specific product. If they are supplying like computers, you just have like 2 suppliers for computers. So I'm just going to link suppliers here. Then after linking the suppliers, we create the inventory records for each item at each location. Like for instance, you said we get the location, base quantity, we are giving it. If it's the main warehouse, we give it 50. If just the normal one, we give this. So const quantity is this for warehouse, 15, 15. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and then create serial numbers for serialized items. So we also have the serial numbers, like for laptops, we have the serial numbers, and now we can create the customers, and then we can create a purchase orders, like a purchase order, and then we can also create down here purchase order items, update inventory, and then down here create sales orders with these customers. So created sales. I'm just going to do down here. So here we have to be updating these quantities, create transfer lines. So we'll be using actually these same ones when just like doing the stuff. We do exactly the same thing in our code. So this is going to help us really. Okay, so down here console.log the credentials. Seed completed and is ending with consoling these. I remember as if we already had them consoled. I'm just going to go down to where we have this. Might have some errors, but let me go up here where we have the console.log. I will look into those ones for a second, but for now let me scroll up where we have the suppliers. So here we have the users, managers. So instead of consorting these from here, we consort these ones after everything. So we have the brands, okay. Then we have the categories, we have the units, we have the tax, we have the suppliers, we have the items, then we, of course, here we have all the items. Then we now go to link suppliers. So here we link the suppliers, and then we have the, so create inventory record for each item at each location. So this is where we have the main warehouse has more stock than stores. So the base quantity, if the location is warehouse, we give it 50, and then this quantity is this base quantity plus 5. Okay, then we create inventory dot push. This is for all what? For all locations. Okay, so then await promise inventory records, and that one we have no problem. So we come down here where we have this, and then we create the serial numbers. So if you look at the serial numbers, is get inventory record for this item. So you get inventory db.find menu where. So this give the records, and then from these records, and then you go update the serial number. I think this has to have also like is serialized somewhere. So you can see here filter I is serialized. Okay, then create the customers. So customers are very easy, very straightforward. Create the purchase order. So purchase, it is by you from the suppliers. So just go here and you just purchase order date. This date might bring problems because of the conversion. Okay, so now we have the PO, which is create PO number, and then we have the status. So we can just bring these purchase order status from the Prisma like this. Okay, so next, so we can also minimize. This is for purchase orders. Now create goods receipt for the purchase orders. So the goods receipt, to those who don't know what goods receipt means, is when you make a purchase order, you order some quantities. So the goods received or goods receipt is people cross-checking if the requested items is equal to the received items. Like they are entering what was received. You can see only 4 POs with a partial received or received. So here, create sales order. So here, generate sequential SO numbers. Okay, and then we have sales orders here. Then transfer, and these adjustment lines. So adjustment type, I will just get this from also Prisma, and then also the status. Okay, so this here, I'm just going to minimize this. Oh, so we still have others. Let me use the problems. I like this always. So it is not seeing this file, it is still in the schema. I don't know, for some reason. I just want to make sure we are in this problems. Okay, it has refused. I'm just going to click on the red lines. So in this loop, we must be having some problems. Okay, so we have here this tax. So for item, this is under creating purchase orders, I guess. So you create a purchase order dot create, and then after this you push, then add 3 to 5 items to each purchase order. Now here quantity unit price, so here is line tax amount is getting line total item dot tax, and they're saying the tax is possibly null. Remember, we made it the tax, we made it null. So what do we do? I can just say maybe here const tax. Okay, I'm just gonna say const tax is equal to item. So we could just say if item dot tax, so item dot tax. Okay, so like this, we know this is false, but we could just give it a default of 0. Let's go here and we say times tax. Yeah, so the tax here is a number. Okay. So moving on, so db.create, so we have here the tax rate. Since the tax rate, I'm imagining the tax rate number or null is enable type number or undefined. Okay, so if you look at the item.tax right now here from this item, because is what just like looking at, so we can just also put here tax, the one we just created. Okay, then that one is done. The others are down here, so inside the transfer here, let me go back here inside the sales orders. Okay, so let's bring the sales order status. And this is going to be payment status. And we still have here, so the same thing, item dot tax. You cannot do this from here. That's the problem, right? But what you can do is you can just cut this and you say const tax is equal to this, and then here we can add tax. Okay, then there is same thing here, so I don't know if it is, but here we have await, and we can, I think, use the tax. Okay, we have one error, which is going to be down here, transfer status. Okay, so this is the most giant file of all times. Here you can see it has about 1,389 lines. The only problem is we don't have these ones wrapped in a transaction for the seed. We might just like finish and then wrap it in the transaction. The problem with the transaction, it has like also the time it waits, so probably we might be successful or not, but that's the risk we have to take. Finally, before we update, I'm just going to update the sidebar to make sure like everything we have in the sidebar is matching very well. So I'm just going to go to the sidebar and then we match this. So sidebar. For some reason I didn't create a copy of the seed file that we had before. That's really terrible. I don't like always like updating completely something. So let's just say go to the sidebar here. Oh, we just want sidebar.ts. Okay, this one which has all the sidebar links. So we start with the dashboard, and then inside the inventory we have the items. Okay, we have the items, then we have the categories, we have the brands, units, current stock, brands, units, current stock. Then we have low stock items. Then we have serial numbers. Then we have stock transfers, and then we have also stock adjustments. So they are going to be inside. So we have the stock transfers and then stock adjustments. Then we go to the purchases. So these are good. You can minimize the inventory. Oh, I want to see the purchases. We actually don't have any purchases. Oh no. Yeah, actually we don't have any purchases. Did you notice that? Okay, so that's good. So from here we have the inventory, the second one. So the third one here is going to be the purchases. So I'm just going to first get all the purchases, then I will remove some that we don't need. Before sales, so the inventory, then before sales. Oh, we actually have like purchases. What was I thinking? I was just going to say like how. But let's just go and see like what do we have in the purchases. So we have purchase order. Purchase order. So like we don't need these create purchase order. So we have purchase orders. We have goods receipt, and then you can remove this, remove the goods receipt. And then we have suppliers. So you have suppliers. We don't need add suppliers really. And then let's say we have supplier items. We have supplier items. I don't know how we do that, but we have supplier items. Okay, so then now we got sales. So next was sales, and now sales we have a point of sale. I think it's like yeah, the like point of sales, and then we have sales orders, create sale order. Okay, they create we don't need really. Let's remove the create. Then we have returns, then we have create returns. This is not necessary. And then we have create return customers, and then I have add customers. And then finally we have the payment methods. Like I don't think we have anything to manage the payment methods. Okay, then we have reports. So under there we have reports. So we have stock management, inventory valuation. We have aging analysis. Okay, aging analysis, purchase, supply performance. So we have the also serial number tracking. Okay, I'm just going to add this. Purchase summary, supplier performance. Then they have purchase history. Let me go here. There is sales. Okay, let's just go back a second, where we have aging analysis. So we have aging analysis. So from aging analysis, we have purchase summary. That is good. Then we have supplier performance. So this is where, again, after this, they put purchase history. So here, purchase history. And then we have, now we start on sales. We have the sales summary. And then we have here the product performance. I think it's a like item. I don't know, like item performance or something. Then there is customer analysis, and then there is sales history. Okay, so can just like add these two here. Then we go to the integrations. We have point of sale integration. So let's just go to the next one, which is integrations, point of sale, accounting, API management. There is one for e-commerce. I'm not sure if we do configuration for e-commerce. Some of these things, guys, you will just have to go ahead and maybe implement them. After implementing the MVP, really, you can add in more things if you want. So I'm just going to, instead of just API management, I'm just going to say API keys, maybe just like that. And then like the content, we don't have the content, these ones. Now we go to the settings. So settings, we have tax rate, add tax, users, invites, roles, role, company, profile, change password. I think these ones, they have not changed at all. They are the same. So like we don't have to have the add tax. So all these ones just like there. Roles and permissions, company, profile, change password. So down here, tax rate, add location. So we don't need add location. Okay, nice. So we have also it updated. So ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to run the seed. Like this is the most intimidating part of all, like running the seed file. I'm just going to clear here and let's face it. So we just going to say pnpm okay, npx prisma db seed. So this is where we get the reality of all. They supposed to tell us. Let's communicate with it. Cannot find permissions. Okay, so what I noticed is that these permissions are on top. They are not being imported. So these ones we have in the seed. So you just go back to the seed. I don't know, for some reason, like the previous one were running and we're getting these from here and they were working, but for now it cannot read this file even when it is actually there. So we have to bring all these three permissions. So you have to bring these user and then the manager permissions. All these ones, just copy them, go to the seed, and I'm just going to put them here at first. You don't need to export them now. You can simply say const. They don't need to be exported. Similarly with other functions, but I just like want to change the, as we are getting those errors, I'll be changing. So down here, okay, so let's go ahead and clear this. I'm just going to say clear. Okay, so just go ahead and run again. It will have some maybe other errors. The only thing we can do is fixing them. So now they just say that another error we have, cannot find the module generate API key. So I also expected that. So the generate function, the generate API key function, the one we have, yeah, just minimize this, minimize this, minimize this. So it can't find this generate, and as well as I think generate slug. Let's first get this. Also copy this and let's bring it while we have this generate key like that, and then also the generate slug function here. You can copy this and let's put it while we have this generate slug. Okay, so like we don't even to export those functions. They can just like be internally here. I think that's the only issue we'll have. Okay, clear one more time. Let's run db seed. I just want to see some good results, guys. Starting database seed process, cleaning up existing data. So remember we have some things there, already some rows, so this is going to take some time. We had some already created rows. Okay, so here this is the problem with the transaction. So if you just look at the problem here, it was working. Disconnect. So it just says here a transaction API error, transaction already closed. So normally this is due to here. So the transaction maximum and then the timeout. So like we have to increase this. So here we just had like default of max weight. I'm just going to change this to 20 and then this one to, I don't know, maybe 55. I'm not sure, but yes, like increase that. It is just about the transaction time. Remember, that's the problem with the transaction. Like the transaction closes after a particular time. So hoping that this one may be my last more longer. So if it takes like, I think this is just like about 5 seconds, or is like about 55 seconds. Yeah, about like 55 seconds, about like 1 minute. So I think we're just like going to put like 1 minute. If it fails again, we just keep on increasing. I don't know like what is the maximum. But this is like the most like also the tricky part. It is not an easy part we are doing right now. The seeding process is always very tricky, guys. Okay, let's just wait. And the cleaning, actually, as we say, the cleaning need to be in a transaction, because you don't want to delete partial data. You want all of it to be either deleted or not deleted at all. That's the good thing with the transaction. Okay, so we still have the same issue here. I'm just going to, maybe it's 2 minutes. So if 60 here is, if 60, so 60 here is, that is like 1 minute, I guess. That's like 1 minute. So it means like I can put 120. Okay. So I don't know which one of these ones is. You can see, however, this has passed since the start of the transaction. Consider increasing, you can see here, the interactive transaction timeout, or doing less work in the transaction. So you can see you either increase the transaction or do less work in the transaction. Okay, I'm just going to increase to 120. This is about 2 minutes. We can even make it 3 minutes. Like, what is the maximum? Like, can we just like have a huge transaction like this? Like, I don't know, like the maximum timeout, really, I don't know. And for this one, I'm just going to make it 1 minute. Like, what is the maximum wait time? Okay, just start again. You know, the good thing is that with all this, it is not deleting. If it doesn't delete, and cleaning the data again. That's a big one. So after this, what are we doing next? So I will just go back to the execution board here. So we have somewhere the execution board. After just scroll up. So after this schema, I just want to make sure the way they are in line, we have them. I'm just going to go in that order so that we can just like at least look at some forms, some things we can just like do in today's episode. So the organization setup, I don't think here we have any problem here really. The creation, location, the user and location setup. So we can create now the first user you are creating in this case. Okay, this one can fail to have this, and we can just like maybe update the location. That is okay in the like the main user. So the things are being created this side, guys. I just want to come when they are done. Like, I don't want to look there, maybe it might just spoil the game. But we have the user model. So the second thing, you have to make sure this one are working. So we have the location, however much we haven't used it, but this is going to work when we do an invite. So we just invite a user, but they will give them to have the locations, and the locations that means we'll have to first make the location work, adding of a new location. So when a company finishes, they will have to go ahead. So user model admin creates accounts for staff with appropriate roles. So you should be able to invite this. So it creates the roles, and then we already have this one working, the role and the user. That's the invite. So the only thing we have to update is to create the locations and then include the location in the invite so that we can have this user on a specific place. Okay, so the creating process is moving on, guys, and probably we have some problem here, and that's a big one because no, oh my goodness. So error in main seed process, invalid dbcd create. They're saying for I create inventory blah blah serial numbers dot push, and then fetch seed okay, so now this is like more problematic even because so if we just now going to seed, so the one that has a problem is in creating serial numbers. Let me go up here, the first one. All things created until we reached on creating suppliers, creating inventory records. Created certain inventory records, and now creating serial numbers. So that's where the problems came from. I think we could just even just like stop on these creating inventory records, like we leave serial numbers and the data below. Like that would be nice. Let me just go in the seed file. I'll just like remove some of the things in the create process. So the clean has no problem. In the create organization, check nice. API key created, so here you can just like say created API key, so we can just also put this here, created API key. Okay, and then we create the roles down here. We are creating roles. Then we go ahead and create we have these roles. Okay. Here just going to say creating roles. Okay, so here we created the roles. Then create the locations, and then created the users. So now we have to delete all these ones, guys. That's really so bad. Let's create the brands, categories, units, taxes, suppliers, items. And now this is where things get bad. So we create inventory record. So inventory was created actually. Now creating the serial numbers. This is where things get out of hand. The serial numbers refused. So I'm just going to actually creating. I'm just going to remove the serial numbers thing. Want to create customers, that is good. Then create purchase orders. Now I'm also not sure if these are not having any problem, the purchase orders. I may just like just go ahead and remove the purchase orders also, like we just like not put them in the sample data. I'm just going to remove these purchase orders. Then also goods received, I'm also just going to remove these goods received. Create sales orders. Might also not create sales. Do I need to create sales orders? Like this is like the actual sales, maybe, I don't know. Just also going to remove the sales. I'm just going to remove the sales. Then transfers, creating stock transfer. I'm not going to do that. Also just reduce on the tasks, because really the work was a lot. Created transfers, then create inventory adjustments. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so I think that's it. So this will be, I think, nice. Okay, so painful as it is, we need to do one more time. Okay, so all these, we don't need them. Okay, so as we said, painful as it is, now we might even need more time because we are deleting more data. That's very painful already to listen to that, but let me just be optimistic. Okay, so going back this side, we said we were going to start with the location. So after finishing the location, we now go to the product catalog. I don't know what's going on. And then, so the location is next. So then after this, we make sure we have the suppliers. So the supplier is the second next, and then supplier items. Then after finishing those three, we'll be qualifying to go to the purchasing flow. So before we go very far, we need to make sure we have these second and three all working very nicely. Going back this side, okay, nice. We actually deleted things this side. And we just click on now creating 3 locations, creating 5 brands, 5 categories, 5 units, tax rates, created 10 items, creating item supplier relationships, okay, creating inventory records, starting inventory. Oh my, so we have this all working so nicely, guys. So you have the admin. Okay, we have the admin was created, we have the manager, and we also have the regular user. So of course, I'm just going to start the server, so clear everything. That was really nice. pm dev. I'm really excited to see what is inside, guys. So let's go back. So if I just go back to the, okay, wait, it should just like go not find any the okay, we'll still of course create an organization and see how it feels, but okay, for some reason this one is still there. Let me just log out. Okay, so I'm just going to say admin, and then here admin. You can of course try to log in with these other ones, the manager, but I'm just going to use the admin. Okay, so you have the default organization, and what I want to see is first is under inventory. So the items, we must be having 10 items, which is going to be cool. And of course the API key is there, so we should be able to fetch. Yep, we have these, you know, nice 12 items. Let's go to categories. So we have the categories, as you can see here, really nice, and the brands, units, and all that. So let's go to, we are going to start with settings, where we have the locations. Okay, so I will do location exactly the way we did items. So just going to use that same kind of thing we are going to do. So going to the what is necessary to create that, Now we can just go ahead and delete this copy of the schema. So let's try to move right now. Really feeling empowered right now, guys. So I will just like simply go ahead and duplicate. So copy. So remember we, oh, wait. I just want to go to the app dashboard, and then we go to the settings, and under settings is where we're going to find these stuff, right? So what I'm just going to do is you can just go dashboards, inventory, items. Okay, let's just say copy this, and I'm just going to go under settings and paste this, and I'm just going to rename this to locations. So if it feels to create like so, just go to this, Ctrl C, and now you can start one more time. Okay, nice. So under locations, we don't need even to have the edit. So this one, everything is going to be onto this. So I don't think I will need a detailed page. So you can delete this. Go ahead and delete. Confirm the deletion. Delete permanently. We also don't need the new page, so delete the new. I also don't need the location, these columns. Maybe we might just like need the layout for checking. So settings, layout. So I don't know what this is supposed to be in terms of like what is for location. The permissions are for locations, but you can just go and check what does someone need to have in order to see the location. If I just go to admin, somehow somewhere he must have it under settings. So you just go settings dot, we must, come on. So we have the locations: create, read, update, and delete. Okay, so you can just come here. Okay, and the layout, maybe just say for instance location. Is it like locations or location? Okay, locations. Okay, so page. So this is what we're going to do all the thing. Item listing, so we get the organization ID. Definitely it need this organization ID, and then everything is going to be done inside this. Okay, the item listing, so this is going to change to location listing. So under the dashboard, maybe we have the item, but I'm just going to duplicate this to location listing. So change this to location listing, like that. Okay, so location listing, I'm just going to go ahead and look at the, for instance, start like defining all these things here. So this is going to be location listing props. Okay, so this is used there. So you just bring this and bring it here. Change this to location listing. Now let's create some of the schema here. So if you just go back to the schema and then you Control F and then you look for location, we simply need the ones which are required. So you need the location name. Let's see something else that is very useful. Okay, We might just like need also the update, but we have the location name, then we have the type. Maybe these two are the ones we need. Then these other ones, like the address phone, these ones are going to be on the update. So this one, we need 2 things, maybe 4 things, because we had a form having 5 things. So you just like make them 2. So 1, 2. Okay, they will fit. Just going to add all of them. I'm just going to copy these 4 things. Let's go back. So just go back here and just going to paste these here, like so. This is just very fast to put them here. So we have the name. So the next thing, we have also the type. So we have the type. Just going to say type is required. Address. So we have the address. I'm just going to make sure that we duplicate these. I just feel like we could just like only put these 2 on the location. Like the name, type, address, phone, email. And then these ones based on the update. Okay, just since they're just like 4 only, just like add them. So I'm just going to say type, and then we have address. So let me just do like this. They are 4, 5. So 5. So phone. So we just have we have the address. So address. I don't know if address is required really. Then we have the phone. Phone. I'm just going to make some of them optional. And then we have also email. How do we make in these? I can just like copy this. So this is going to be location form schema. So location form, like location form schema. Let me just copy this for now. We just create another thing here. Collaborate is CRUD is your code base. Oh, so now you can just like get AI pair programmer in your terminal with CRUD. Maybe later. So I just want to say here. So I just going to say here, I want to make our address, phone, and email to be optional. These ones are optional, so let's see how you do that. Okay, so the address, just simply just say optional, string optional, just like that. I like that. So here is location. I'm just going to say here that all these are string but optional. So dot optional. Is it just like string dot optionals? Yeah. So all these others are going to be optional, and the reason why I'm even adding them is to simplify the edit. The edit will be easy like that. So this one is also going to be like location form values, and then we have this location. So we're just going to work on these ones in a second, but then we don't need all these things that we have here. Like the image, it is not needed anywhere. Then all these other things we're just going to do. Let's work on these things here, guys. Let's first work on this. Since we have the types now, okay, the location form values is going to form a basis of everything almost. So instead of getting these, use organization. Let's go ahead and create another one, which is going to be use is location queries. Okay, so before that, I'm just going to go to here where we have the items. Okay, so I'm not going to create the API right now for this, for purposes of maybe making it simple. We're just not going to make it like that, but what we just need to do is simply have the same function. So I'm just going to say here locations. Okay, let's start with the first one here, create location. Okay, so we have this item, so we have also to create the same thing for location, and it's just like giving you how it's supposed to be in actual world. So this is going to be location. It has if you just go to either here or here, looking for the location. They're all here. It has even is active, but I'm just not going to consider that. So here I'm just going to paste these. So we have name, it's going to be string, okay, and then this one is going to be also string for now. Okay, so these all these ones are not required. So like the address, the phone, and the email, the only required things is only this. Then API response, then here we're just going to have not even brief, we're just going to have the location, DTO maybe. So it's going to have the same things, ID, name, then I'm just going to do this. So these other ones are going to be having string owner. So these going to be string owner, string owner. Okay, then we have the created at, and maybe even updated at. Like updated at, then pagination, and then with all other things. We might just not need all these ones for now. We might not need all these ones for now. Let's just define the ones we simply need for now. Okay. I'm just going to first use the location create. So in the here item location. So we're not going to use API. I'm just going to say const. So this is going to be location. Location create const location is equal new. Okay, is going to be equal to await db dot create no, db dot location dot create. Okay, dot create, and then we will have data. Now it's supposed to have, I think, also the organization ID from here. So you can just do something like this. So from this we have the name, so we can have these here, but importantly we can just get the user. So const user is await get server, maybe server user. Okay, like how do you get the session user? Get maybe auth. Is it a get authenticated user? Okay. And then from here we can just also have org ID. So you can say const org ID is equal to user dot org ID. Okay, and then now we can just like simply add all the remaining of data. Maybe just like add this one down here. Okay, so something is not right with the create, and I think the types. So we can just do this type, which is going to be data dot type as location type. Okay, put a comma here. Yeah, so this works. Create, and then success, and then here we just can say location, like that. Okay, so now So if we do it like this, it changes. Actually, we don't need to get this. This has to be passed from the front end, the organization ID. I don't know, like, do we need to pass it, or we can just like get it internally, like so either way works. Like if you just want to pass the organization ID from the front end, or you just like don't pass it from the front end, like it all still works. We want to go into passive, just going to simply create this, and then we get the organization ID from the logged in user. Okay. What do I need to do? So just take to use this. Then let's see, the another one is get this. So you can see doing the same thing, we are getting the organization ID for this, and then params. Okay, just I'm also just going to do the same way and see if I can simplify this whole scenario, like of passing in the this. So I can remove this like so, and then I can just say that the organization locations okay, I will not pass in anything. Actually, I'm just going to say await, and then just going to say db dot location dot find many. So just going to pass in as order by created at, and then I will just choose descending. So these okay, so you have to find also passing the where. So just passing also the where, the org ID, so this gives us the locations. Okay, so the response here, the response here, return locations. Okay, so these promise of the location. Maybe we could select whatever we want from this, because we have the location details. So this one we can just select a few that we want. So here could select ID true. So I can just like simply select the ones we have in the location types here. So that is why we have this location. We have the ID. Then we can just select only these ones. Updated at, we can remove it. So here we can just do this. So we have the ID. We have the okay. Then we have this here. And then created at true. Okay, so we can just get these ones: name, type, address, phone, and email, and created at. So now, like, the response to this is this selected stuff here. Okay. I'm just going to create that as date, and then others are all string on then we don't need some of these things like brief. Then we have to get the location by ID. So get this is going to be maybe used for edit. So whatever it returns back here, just going to go here. So here we don't need much actually, so we're just going to say const location is equal to await get await db dot location dot find unique, and just going to say where, and then we have ID, and let's return the location. Let's return the location. Now with this promise, I'm just going to first remove this. Here I'm just going to say console.log error, and then we have the update item by app ID, so it's going to be update location. It takes in partial, so this is going to be partial of so you just go here in this. So it just has like it has like everything. Okay, so that's just like the one for the location, I believe, like this location. Okay, so I'll just pass in this location detail for now, partial of this. So just going to be db dot location dot update db dot location dot update, and the data here For instance, property type are incompatible. What we can just like can just say data dot type, the type is equal to data dot type as location type. Like that's the only thing we can just do to fix this data dot type. Still, it seems not to be working. Okay. In the location detail, I'm just going to change the type to location type. So we don't need this. So just going to say updating location. Do we need the okay, we'll see how we're going to handle this. Update category, update category, like all these we don't need, except that we need the delete. So delete, we need to say delete. Here's going to be db.item. So this is going to be location. If there is no location, db. So deleted is going to be location. Okay, so that's cool. This is going to be location. So we get the location here. If there's no location, then we delete. Okay, so we have some functions. So now we can just like move to hooks, use location queries. Let's try here. So these are just going to be location keys. They will change. We have the items. Just go and update all these ones to location. So they change. The reason why they change, we might only just need only this first one. Oh, okay. You just like change location keys. So might just like change. We need the all, then list. Right now I don't need to pass in the org list. We don't need to pass in anything. I will just use the list because it just takes in nothing and has this list. Then there are no filters we are passing. Filtered detailed ID. Okay. So you start with this first one, use organization locations. Does it need to take in anything here? No. So just going to be data use suspense query. Query key is going to be item location keys dot. So just come here dot lists. Is it lists or lists? I'm not sure which one is the right one. This first one, the lists. Here the query function, I need to simply pass in the get organization like locations. So data, rename it as locations, and then here is going to be locations. Okay, so this one looks good. The create is going to be taking in a location create. The function to create is create a location, and you to take in data. And then just going here, location created. Invalidate keys is going to be location keys the lists. Fed add location. Okay, and then export. I'm just going to remove this. There is use update. Actually, I think I will first leave it there. Use delete, and now use mutation. This is going to be delete location. Let's go and see what it does. And the locations, the last one is still delete location. On success, location deleted, and let's invalidate here location keys. Fade to delete location. So this is going to be use delete location. So this is going to use the delete location. this one is going to be use create location. Organization, use organizations. Okay, it seems like there is no any errors here. Let's go back to these listings. So here just going to get the from use organization locations. You don't need to pass in anything now. And what do we get from it? So you can just do this. We get the locations, and of course then the refresh. Then we use create, and this is going to be create location. Use create location is going to from use create location. Then we have delete location. Is going to be use delete also location. Okay, nice. So we have a lot of stuff to do. From dialog, delete dialog, exporting current. So here just going to say current location. Set current location is going to be, so here's going to be location DTO. I will copy this, put it here. So this is going to be location to delete, location to delete, set location to delete, and then we have the form, which is going to take in the location create DTO, I believe, and then resolver is going to be location from schema. The default values here, we have the name, what else do we have? We have type, and type we can have like warehouse, and then if you just look here, we have address, and then we have phone, email. So let's go and say phone, and then email. Okay, so the same thing here. If no current, so you have the current location. We're just going to reset. Existing, so we can just select the current location, even the type. current location dot type. This is going to be current location. Phone. Okay. Then we have these format currency. I don't think I need them. So this we're just going to use location DTO. So I don't think these are filtered products. I'm just going to say filtered locations. Okay, so these, and this is going to be a location. So there is name, which is going to be location. There is type, which is going to be location.type. What it is? We have the phone, which will be location dot phone. We have address, location dot address. We have email, which is location dot email. Okay, date added, that one is going to be location. So this one is done. Like the handle export, handle click, this is going to be set current location. For the edit, we'll handle the edit, then delete is going to be set location to delete. So this is called location to delete, and this is going to be location of location DTO, and then this is going to be location. Submit. This is going to be location. Create if current location. Okay, so we have, so this is where you can add some things. I don't think we are adding anything here. We're just going to say create. Location and mutation. Confirm. This is item 2 No, this is location to delete, and we have delete, and then here this takes in location to delete dot id. I don't think I need the get value. Columns, we don't have the image. We have the name. So the same thing, we have all these ones, we don't need them. We have the name type, so all these here. Type. So let's go ahead and change this one to location DTO. Name type, and then we have like phone, email. So you have like phone, and then you have like email, and then like email, and then address. So you have address. Okay, so that is enough. Subtitle, I'm also just don't need this. Okay, so here I'm just going to say location DTO. Title is title. So now subtitle, let me just first of all give it like locations. Data is going to be locations. Columns ID. I think all other things. Handle edit takes in the item, which seems not to agree. So just go to the entity form. So this one has current location, edit location, add new location. On submit is submitting. This is going to be create location mutation. This is current location. And then we have the name, which is going to be the location name. Enter location name. So all these other things are just going to be optional. So we have this grid, which is going to have which should have the location type and all that. So I will have the one for the phone. This is going to be phone. So this is going to be the maybe phone call. There is phone call. enter location, phone. Then the next one is the email. Here I'm just going to say email, and then this is going to be email, and then say enter the location, mail. Okay, so while we have this SKU, so we are remaining with the type. Okay, you're remaining with the location type, I believe. Which is going to be a selection. So if you just go to CRUD and maybe go to form, example, so just want the select like this. So just go here. So let's see how this one looks like. We want the form field or something like that. So form field. Form field. So here I'm just going to add. So for this, I'm not sure if it is the only one remaining, but let me first remove this and then add this. So I'm just going to name this as type. So here's going to be type. Type, which I will move up, but for now let me just leave it here. So select, then you have to get a select trigger, and then these other ones select type. There's a location type, and then there is select content, and then you have the select item from select item here. So you have the value. So for this we can just go to the schema and you can search for again location. So location type, we have these three things: warehouse, shop, virtual, these ones. So you have to make sure that you have these. They're the ones to select. The first one is warehouse, so you can just come here and just put this, and then the value warehouse, then shop. Since they are only three, we could map them if we wanted, but let's just like add them this, and then here virtual. Okay, so here description, I don't know if we need it, So just remove it. Okay, so that seems good. This is going to be location to delete. Then this one is also going to delete location mutation. The errors are reducing. We still have them. One is handle edit. If I go to handle edit, it is still having this. We have one error here, and because we are repeating the phone, so it seems everything is okay right now. We have no errors. So importantly, what we need to check for, I think, is the entity form. Okay, so I eventually just also need a grid. So for the phone here, but even for this, I'm just going to get this, cut it. I'm just going to add it in. Here's number 1, and then I'm just going to copy this. And then cut this, and let me add it as number 1. So we have the item list, the location listing. Get this, and let's put it to where we have, and dashboards location here. So just going to add the location listing, and for this case, I'm not going even to pass in this. So in the location listing, you can remove this because I'm not even using it. So you don't need to get it here, because eventually you can still get this from wherever you want. We simply have to go to this. What is going on here? Org ID is missing. Location listing, I'm seeing that here, and then okay. So this makes us to go to sidebar locations. So let's first refresh here. Okay, it is okay, so let's go to settings. Now we have locations. Okay, yep, so you can see we have here some locations here. Online store, main house, the type are also here. So the information here is not matching very well. I'm just going to work on that in a second, but so far we need to this doesn't look bad. Let's go back the location listing on the data table. Okay, so so the name has row.name, type should have row.type, phone should have row.phone, email should have row.email, address should have row.. I don't know if the address we need to show it here. Just like that. Show warehouse, shop, and then the phone numbers here, and then we have the emails, and then all these one. I'm just going to remove like the address. Like I don't need to show the address. Yeah, I think this looks good. This looks good. Okay. So the that is working. The title, let's look at the title here. So the title you pass in the location listing. So from here, title is going to be like organization locations. Okay. For this one, we can just say locations. You could even just like say here locations, just like that. Yeah. Locations, and then maybe we could just say 5 locations or something. So you can search by name, main. We can also pass in here like the type, phone, all those ones, because right now like virtual this is not searching, but if we pass it in the data table, I believe that one becomes searching. So like if we go to where we have what to where you have the search down the side somewhere, this is why you pass in the search here. So you just like pass in another key, which is like type. I believe now you can search by type. So virtual. So you see, yeah. So you can like pass in any one. So like here we can update. So this is still something we have to fix, because we had said if you click it routes to the item. So this is a page that does not exist for now. Okay. Let's see if we try to create. So this is how the form looks like. Not bad at all. Let's just say demo warehouse, so you can select here. So the phone, so let me just like put the values here. I want to look at the placeholders for these things. So like person, this is a phone, so placeholder is going to be +256 062 063 160. Okay, and then the email is going to be placeholder. It's going to be like example email. Okay, yes, I use the one of John at gmail.com. Okay, I just click add. So at least now you can add this. Okay, so I just want to say test email at gmail.com. Location name is going to be demo location. Phone number, so add location added, the scrolls, and the demo location is here. Okay, so like this is working exactly the way we anticipated. Okay, so the delete, do you want delete the demo location? Deleted and gone. Okay, so let's work on the edit. So the edit, instead want it to open the model. So if you come to on edit, still if you just go back here in the if you just go here, there is what we have on the table actions on edit and edit here. So here we still have the, let me just say item, sorry, let me say location. I'm just going to remove this router, and then just going to say this, and then I will say this, set current location, and form dialog to true. So this is going to be location. So the only thing we have to look for is still to handle the edit part. But if you just now open this, you see that it has some selected things. So what I just want to do is on submit, we have if no current, and then the else part is where we're supposed to do this. First of all, you there is where we have to, on the use effect, there is where we have the use effect. So some of the functions like format currency goes. So here in the use effect, if no current, this is adding new, and this is for the existing. So here we have to add all of them. So let me copy everything here. One, two, three, four, five. For some reason there are 5 things, but on the form I have 4 things. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is missing? Like there's one thing that is missing. So you have the name type. Oh, so I think it's the address, right? Okay, so I'm just going to add the address line down. So the address is missing. Let me just come here like this. So this is going to be the current location dot address, and then they have the current location dot phone, and then this is current location dot email. So the address instead with type string or undefined. Type now is inside of type string or undefined. So I don't know which one is having string or undefined. So do we change this to instead of this? I don't know if they are the same. Like email is string or null. Like string. Let me just see this. And then you just go back to the location listing. We still have the for this we don't, but somewhere in the inputs here, string owner is able to where we have string. So type now is able to this. Okay, so let's just go back because I'm just going to go back, take it to this. Go back to the location listing. Now we just have to face this one here. So this, this, and this. So I will give them a default value. Okay, I give them a default value like that. So one more thing that we need to do, so this will set it in motion, but actually we're not having anywhere we have like the location in the entity form. So here on the entity form, I'm just going to get this. So we have the first one, then this, and then I'm just going to have this. So this one is going to be the address, location, address, enter location, address. Okay, so you just come back here on the add. This is here down. Okay, I don't know if I just like need these. I'm just going to go ahead and remove them. So after the import, these ones, they have a description. So I'm just going to remove the description. Even for this one, I'm just going to remove the description. I feel like it makes the form unnecessarily big. Yeah. So this looks good. This add another demo location. Then let's add some phone number. Okay, some email, and then some location. Okay, so added email. So we did not show the location. But in the edit, you can see that the location is available. So like this is good. So let's work on the update mutation. So the only thing we need to get is that you see that when it comes to submit, we have if, and then else. This is where we need the update mutation. So I'm just going to go ahead in the where we have this create the down one here. This is where we have this update. I will just comment this use update. I'm just going to say use update location. The thing you have to get is this ID, and we can say partial. So the type of this, we're just going to have update location. Oh wait, the types here, I just mean the function ID data, and then the function is going to be update location by ID. So if you just look at this function update, it has these types here. I don't know if they will just like work, but let's just like pass them here like this. Data is of this type. Just like this. And if on success, I'm just going to say location updated. I don't know, do you need to pass in anything here? So just going to say invalidate queries. Query key is going to be location keys dot just do we need to invalidate invalidate query keys, invalidate query keys. So we are just going to pass in only one. Like I think wants to invalidate even that item itself. I'm just going to invalidate only one. Let me just first comment it. I will only invalidate query keys. Query key is going to be item, sorry, location keys dot lists. Now I don't need this, any of these. Fate update location. Okay, so I'm just going to use update location in the location listing here. Let's just get this update location is going to be use update location, and then that means in the submit, which is here. Here I'm just going to say this. We're just going to call the update location location mutation dot mutate, and this is going to be the current location dot id, and the data is data. Let's look at the data we have in this case here is still on the location create. So here I say that is not assignable to type partial. Types of proper type incompatible type. Location type is not this. Okay. So here so if I am just going to say maybe as that okay, I'm just going to create here another one, const maybe object is going to be, so I'll create another object. I will first define get all the keys which are going to be in the data, and then I will put type, which is going to be data dot type, and let's say as location type. Okay. So now this one has location type, so it's the one I'm just going to put here as the data. So let's see now what is the problem. Object does not exist. I'm going to say const data. Okay, I'm just going to do this. Just first go back. So here is going to be data as this. Okay, this seems to be good. I need to go to the demo location. Okay. I want to update, so now it should open the pop-up, and I just want to say updated, save. Okay, location updated successfully, but it didn't have the loading. So if you look at the this, everything if you look at something is not right here. Something is not right. Okay, something is not right with what happened here. So So first of all, I just want to, before we do this, I'm just going to console.log this object, console.log object, see what we are sending. Right click and open the responsive of this looks terrible. So just going to open and then go ahead and click on this address, email, then the location, the phone, and the type. Okay, the information looks to be correct. Let me just change the phone number to 0756. Save. Okay, so the information is correct. So I think the problem is that we have to invalidate, I think, also here. If I just do fetch manually, like I don't know why the information I'm seeing here, the type and everything looks wrong. Okay, this seems correct. I'm not sure why it is not set form dialog open, then form reset. So on there is something in the entity form we have to specify, I believe. So you can see here is submitting supposed to be this now. Create location. So this will be create location mutation, and then also update location mutation. So one thing that you check in here maybe is this second invalidate queries like this, and here it means like we have to access variables. It was data and variables, so we have variables.id. Okay, so I hope everything is okay. I still need to update this and see. So I'm just going to remove this, save, so you can see save changes works, and now you can see this changes also. Like this is good. Okay, that was great. So everything is working right now. Everything is working. Can add locations, and then now we need to work on the invites. Now that these ones are all working, edit, delete, and everything, we need to work on the invites. So if you just go back to settings and then you go to roles, users, and invites, so here we have the invite. You can invite the user from here. So we have some users, 3 users that were created, which was great. So if you click on the invite, we need not only to select this, but also to select the we need also to be able to select the location now. Okay, so in this, we're just going to add the location. So I need to look for the invite form, and we change a little bit of how invites are going to work. So I will just go to user invites, user invite form here. So simply we need to pass in, we have been passing one of the roles. We need to pass in also the we need to pass in also the I'm just going to pass in not only the roles but also the locations. So you can say locations. So wherever we just have these user invites, settings, users. So on the page we have these here. So let's first go and find just going to say const of invites is going to be await get org locations. And these are org location invites locations. So the locations, they be of this type here. So locations, there'll be org locations. Label is going to be, so here's going to be location, and this will be location dot name and location dot id. So these will pass them to the invite form here. Okay. Okay, so now we can just go to the invitations and use them. So I will do the same thing here. Selected location, set selected location is going to be locations at 0. Now we'll work on this one, but for now we can just like use it selected. So just go to the form, use location, I'm just going to have locations, and then it's going to be selected, and then here is going to be selected location. Okay, so after this, where we are sending the invitation, so in invitation data, now we are going to add in two things. I will add in the invite data, I will add in two things, which is going to be the location. So the way these two are, we're going to add in the location ID and location name. So going back to this form down here, we'll also just duplicate this. Okay, so here is just going to be location name. It's going to be selected location dot label, and then here's going to be location ID. It's going to be selected location dot value. And then we get this data, we send it to send invite. So in the send invite now, we need to get some more things. Okay, we have location ID and location name. So we can find this, check if already invited, do everything, create the invite. The most important thing is sending this email. So this time you're going to save more details. So where we have the role ID, so I'm just going to have more things here. So I'm just going to add and this location ID and location name, which is going to be, so this is going to be location ID, and then this is going to be location name. So this is what we send as a link. I think there is nothing else that changes, because after all, this is going to be on the button, this whole link. So if you look at what this one sends to the user invite. So on the user invite, I'm just going to go to that place, user invite. So auth, user invite, and then we have organization ID. So you get these, and then you get the search params. So here we're just going to add in more stuff. So we're getting the role name and what. I'm just going to duplicate here. We get the location. Location ID, which is going to be this side, location ID, and then Moving on, still we have the location name. Location name. So these two, they need to be now sent to this register user invitation. We are going to send more of this location name and location ID. So here location name and then location ID. Going to this register. Okay, so we just add in the name and the ID, then duplicate these. Location ID. So I just need to simply add them in here. So data dot so invited user props, we have to change them to add in location name and then the location ID. Okay, so coming back here, we're just going to add location ID, which is equal to location ID data dot location name, which is going to be location name, like that. So we have one error, I don't know, comma here. So now we create the user, invited user with the data. So if you come here, you see that I want to see the create here, because we create. Okay, so this add just get here location ID and the location name. So here just going to say location ID and also the location name. Yeah, so update the invite and that's it. So we need to go ahead and now send the invite. Invite user, and now you can see we have this. Let me add my email. I'm just going to say, I'm just going to add him to the maybe to the main or downtown. and I'm just going to give him error of a manager, and let's go ahead and invite. Okay, invitation was sent. I just want to open this, see if the email came. So the email came. Welcome to the default organization, manager role invitation. So this invitation thing, we need to change the, I think, the logo and the and these days we have used it. We can update this. There is a new thing I just want to get here. It's called mayor dot how do they call it? It is something like mail.new, something like that. Let's just like care about this right now. I want to change this logo to the dark one. There is a dark logo instead of using the light logo on the light background. I just want to change that. So just go to upload thing, and you can also just go to our system. I'm just going to duplicate this. I will go to localhost. So the dark logo is, this is the light. There is this one. So we need this, which is the dark one. So save image. Okay, so this one is good for, I think, the white background. I'm just going to go here. Okay, so get this file URL. So we can just go to where we have the invite template. So I guess this is the image, like the logo, this one. Okay. So what we want to test is signing up with this here. So I'm just going to copy this link, copy link. Let's go and open a new thing here. Okay, so the email, now this email, we should also just like make it read only, like it is not updatable. I don't know how we can make that like a read only. Like this one is supposed to be read only in this case. How do we make the input tailwind? So you just go to tailwind, and then you like read only. Input so stay on an input when it is read only. So how do we make read like this one is okay, but then how do we make it to be read only? Because yeah, okay, maybe we just pass in read only. So I'm just going to go back to the invitation form. Do we want the invitation or we just want the register, I guess? So if you look at this, we have the normal text inputs. So I would want to pass in the read only, not required, but then it is, maybe it's supposed to be a boolean. So maybe to the input, read only is equal to read only. So if you go here on the email, so I want to make the email to be read only, should be true. Then you go back to this side. So to the input, you can add also something like this. Okay, yeah, it works. So like this is now read only, like you cannot change it, because you can imagine if you make this one to be editable so the person can change the email. Okay, the location, we don't need to put it anywhere here because we can just simply save it. So we can now add in other details. Okay, sign up, account was created, let's log in. So okay, so we created with this. Okay, login successful, default organization, and we have a few things as limited as we said, inventory and sales. Okay, so that's good. This is good. Okay, so he cannot see users, but if you just come back this side, okay, and let's refresh, we should have more users in this organization. Yeah, so we have 4 users, as you can see here, and is a manager with this. So we can now add also locations onto these ones. We can add locations. Alright, I'm not sure if it is necessary, but it is something we could add on here. If you go to the invites, success, and everything is good. So the invitations are working. So what next? So the another thing we need is this. So we have this catalog, brand, unit, tax rate, supplier. So a next thing we have to add in is going to be the suppliers. So if you just go back here, I think under suppliers are under for some by the way, for some reason we don't have we have sales, we don't have what do we call it, for some reason we don't have the we have sales, and then we have others are called what, purchases. I don't know if the purchases, for some reason, like we don't have them in the permissions. Just go here in the permissions. They just go and see. So we have purchases. Okay, we have purchase dot order dot create purchase. There is no purchase. Let me first search here, like the word purchase. So we have it under purchase dot orders dot create. I think that's what the problem is. It's supposed to be like purchases, so I'm just going to remove this order. Like, why don't we just like have the direct purchases, like purchases, the way we have other things like sales, see? So these are supposed to be purchases dot create purchases. Okay, so now these are not added. So in the so you make sure that these are added in the when you're creating this default manager or something. So I'll just go and replace wherever we have these purchases dot order something. So I'll just go and purchases. Okay, so it just have purchases. It is having it under purchases, purchase orders. Since they are purchase orders, just named it like purchase dot orders, the name, like their purchase orders. Then under that, purchase dot orders. Okay, I'm just going to rock with them. I see. So what are we? Where is the problem? Let's go to the sidebar. Okay, purchases permissions are purchase. So here we're just going to have purchase dot order dot read. So they're in this format. Purchase dot orders dot create. So something like this. So in the sidebar is here, we have to update, just like this. Then for goods receipt, goods.receipt.read, suppliers.read, and others. Okay, so we have the purchases. Okay, nice. So what did we want to work on? Let's work on the suppliers. So I just want to go to the suppliers, purchases, and then it's where we have the suppliers under the purchases suppliers. Okay, so I'm just going to look at Control P. Okay. What do we have? What do I need to look at? So I just want to start by looking at the schema. And then I'm just going to look for supplier. So supplier, the supplier just needs a name. Okay. Supplier needs a name. Then I'll take the contact person, email, phone address, tax ID. So does this has a relationship with tax? I'm seeing yes, tax ID. I don't know where that one comes from. Okay, but we have some suppliers here. So we need the name. If you look at the details we have here for the supplier, they're a bit much. 6, 8. So these ones will have the edit page. Okay, on the create, we just like enter supplier name. That's it. Supplier name. Then all others, they can be on the detailed page. So I will start by the create. So you can just go to location, since I'm just going to use this location. So I'll just go these suppliers. And I will just say create supplier. That we're just going to call this one supplier. So duplicate. I'm just going to, for now, put them in types like the genotypes. Okay, I'm just going to call this supplier. Okay, supplier create. So I'm just going to have only the name. Okay, supplier name, string. Okay, supplier create. It will only enter the name. Get the organization ID. So this is going to get data, supplier. There is no type, so just like this. Supplier created, then get organization suppliers. Just get suppliers dot supplier. Okay, so for now, for this gate, we just have the name. There is no type. Address, email. I think those are enough. Let's see if there is anything that is solid. Contact person, address, payment terms. Like, we cannot show, of course, all of them. Okay, we cannot show all of them, but we can just like show these ones. I don't think even we need the address. I need the name and then the contact person. Address, I'm just going to remove it right now. I think these ones are enough. I'm just going to leave them like that, and then let's return suppliers. So that's enough. They get the suppliers and then return the suppliers. We have a few things like name, phone, email, contact person. Then get, so here we have get organization suppliers. I'm not seeing where we are using this one. Get like supplier by ID. Just like put here supplier, and then like supplier, then supplier, and then update. This one is required. Update supplier by ID. Now this is why we need the supplier DTO. So we need the whole entire supplier here. Just going to go to types. So I can just like go to schema, and then you can get everything here. Okay. I'm just going to have okay, so maybe we just add this. Okay, so that is the supplier DTO. So going back to the update, going back to the update, this one becomes update. This is going to be supplier update, and then data updating supplier. Now this is going to be dashboard. This is under item purchases, and then like purchase orders. I don't know where it's going to be located, but we'll update this. So according to the sidebar link here, these suppliers are supposed to be dashboard, purchases, then suppliers. Dashboard. So from this side, supposed to have dashboard, purchases. So we'll have purchases, and then we have like suppliers, and that's where we are going to add items. So I'm just going to go ahead, get the one for items like this, maybe get the ID plus the page and the layout. So here on the page, this one will not need to pass in even the ID. So we'll go to the item listing, duplicate this to supplier listing. Okay, so before we go very further, we also just need to change the hooks. So in the hooks, we just going to say use suppliers, use supplier queries. Okay, so we're just going to have here so just going to supplier keys replace. So just going to have supplier keys. Okay, so this is going to be use organization suppliers, and this is going to use suspense, and this is going to be get organization suppliers, and this we're just going to get this, and then use create supplier, and we're just going to have supplier create DTO, and we're just going to say create supplier. Then here's going to be supplier added invalidate queries, fit add supplier update, and it's going to be update. So the update, this one is going to change because we're not going to use the model, so we might not use this one. Then I'm just going to have use delete location. This is going to be the delete supplier, and then going to be use mutation, and we'll call delete supplier. Okay, I don't think we have that, so it is the last one here, delete supplier. Okay, so if there is no supplier, success deleted is going to be supplier. Okay, and let's go to the use supplier queries. So here is going to like delete supplier deleted, invalidate these queries, all of them. Okay, so now going back to the supplier listing. So supplier listing, let's name this to also supplier listing. Okay, so just going to start by getting the suppliers themselves from use org suppliers, and you don't need the ID. Even these, the ID here is not necessary, so you can also remove it from this. So create item mutation is going to be use create supplier, then use delete supplier. We don't need the image somewhere. So I will just leave only the name. This is going to be supplier create. So all these ones are for even the reset. For the exported data, we just see this one. We can just get let me see, because for the, let me first go back to suppliers to where we have the gate supplier. So there is a selection here. Okay, so maybe we call this a brief supplier something. So in the types, we can just create a brief supplier. So we have ID string, name string. So this is string owner. And then this is date. Okay, and now we can just go back to the supplier listing, and whatever we're getting here is the brief. So name, I can just say contact person. Like this is the, just have like the email, and then we have like phone, okay. That is handle export. So we'll also route to this dashboard, purchases, and then suppliers. Okay, so this is going to be brief supplier. Okay, so this is going to be like supplier, and then here you have supplier dot handle delete. The only thing I'm just going to pass in is going to be brief supplier. This one's going to be also the supplier create. The only thing we need, we don't need to add anything. The edit, we don't need confirm. So everything just remains the same. This get value, we don't have it. So here supplier, so I'm just going to say here brief. So the thumbnail is not there. So I have the phone. So you have the phone, the name, contact person. So this one is going to be like contact person. Okay, so I'm just going to put others, and I see no, we just need to format them a little bit, I guess. So we have email, which is going to be email, and even here email. Then we have phone, and even here is phone. And then the rest of the things, can add those ones. Get subtitle. I can just come here, and for the subtitle you can just like put here suppliers. They just see the items, so these are suppliers, columns, and here we have the brief supplier, and name and delete. So on the entity form is going to be edit supplier, add new supplier, add supplier. So the only thing we need here is the name. Other things are not required. And then the confirm, delete supplier. Okay, that's all, I believe. So it seems like we still have one error. So handle delete click. This is going to be brief supplier, and even this one is going to be brief supplier. So everything looks fine with the suppliers. So here just going to say supplier listing. We just going to say here suppliers. There is no need of organization. Okay, so we can just go to suppliers. Okay, so we have some suppliers, and so digital Sarah. So we have these. We'll just work on the edit in a second, but at least we have the suppliers. I just want to click on add. So the add has this only name. I'm just going to say demo supplier, add. Okay, so it added. No, let's first go back to the supplier. So here create supplier. Ideally it should create, let me see, use create supplier. It has this. Okay, so we pass that in the where we have this. Create item mutation that is pending. Let me see. Okay, so let's go on submit. Okay, so let's look at supplier create. Then I have this, and here we have these. Wondering why the create is not creating. It seems the form is not registering that. I don't know why. I don't know why. Let me save. I don't know, like when you see this, that means there is something missing in the form. I'm wondering what is missing, because we have only one form field. I thought this would be the easiest. So is submitting and I'm not sure what is lacking in this form. Oh, I think just because of this schema. Okay. So let's create this schema. Just going to name it as supplier form schema. Okay. I'm not sure where else is working, because this could be like supplier form values. So there is one place here. Okay, I think that's where the problem was. The problem must have been on that. So let's refresh. Create and just go and say demo. Okay. So the demo is here, the demo supplier. Okay. maybe we could just like make them 1 1 2 3 4, the way we have them here, 4 of them. I'm just going to change a little bit. So let's see here. Name, contact, email, phone. Name, contact, email, phone. So like the contact person, email, phone, and these starting from here, they are these ones, they are all optional. Okay, so start by that, and now here we just have like contact person, email, phone, separate. We're just going to contact person, email, phone, okay. Okay, just like this. And then this. Okay, so and then we have what do we have? On submit, we still have data, create mutation, so these ones, okay, so I'm just going to do what? I believe this should create at this point, because this function, which is create supplier, it takes in this now, which now accepts from here, and then we pass in the data. So this should now create is okay. Just add the inputs and the form, supplier listing, let's go ahead and edit the entity form. So in the entity form, we can copy from the location, maybe. So here we have also for an email, so they will be the same thing for here. We need only 4 things. Go to the supplier. So where we have this, so we have for an email, okay, we have for an email. So we don't have the select. So the only thing we have, so from this supplier name, okay, so supplier contact person, so just going to say here supplier contact person. Okay, and I think that's it we need. Supplier name Gerard, a contact person is JB, phone number is okay, and then email is Gerard at gmail.com. Add. So you can see here, and this is good. Okay, I just select this to the delete. Supplier deleted. Okay, so let's now work on the edit. So edit will just take to the detail, supplier detail page, where you're going to update some of those things, because there may be many things. So in this, the only thing that we care about is on handle edit. So there is handle edit, click, and then you push to this purchases supplier edit. So on the edit page, we have the tabs, then item update form, then we have the page. So there is a lot of things here, but basically get the ID, and now we can get supplier by ID. Okay, get supplier by ID. If we look at this, get supplier by ID simply returns it returns supplier. So like this is supplier. and we have a lot of things we are doing here for this back items. So this is going to be like suppliers, dashboards, purchases, suppliers, so here just going to be supplier.name. Maybe here just say phone, supplier dot phone. Last updated is going to be supplier dot updated. Preview, I don't think we need the preview for this. And now we have this item update. Okay, so this will be supplier update, update form. I just want to get only the supplier. There is no any other thing. I just need to get supplier and then supplier. So you can just get supplier from Prisma. Okay, now for the tabs, we only need actually one tab, which is basic info. I'm not sure if we're just like going to divide it into many things. I'm just going to only put it only into basic info. And then there is no any other tabs. I'm just going to remove all these other tabs. Now let's look at the basic info tab. We don't need anything, we simply need the item now, which is going to be supplier for this case. Okay, so these other tabs, I'm just going to delete them. I will remain with the basic, and I will only receive the supplier. So this is going to be supplier, and here is going to be supplier. Okay, so we just now have like the name card. So here we can just select the name and maybe an email, I don't know. We just need two things in each of these cards here. So let's start with the first one until we finish all of them. So I'm just going to say name, email, maybe just name, okay, just a name, email. So we're just going to have set name, which is going to be here supplier, and then here just have the email, set email is going to be supplier.email. If there is no name and if there is no okay, so the only thing we just name is required. Data is going to be name and email, and we'll have the update. So just going to have the update supplier by ID. This is going to be supplier.id, and the data is going to say here name and email updated. So the first one is done. So I'm not sure if this should be the name. Let me just see in the schema how we can just like have this data grouped. I'm just going to paste it here and I group it. So we have like the name, contact person. Let me remove this, is active, payment terms. The way I think we're just going to do them the way they are: name, contact person, email, phone, address, tax ID, payment, and notes. Okay, name contact. So I'm just going to say this, name contact. Name contact, this is going to be supplier. So like this is not there, which is this one. So this is going to be contact person, set contact person. Okay, so this is going to name contact person. In here we are going to have the name. This is going to be supplier name. Okay, and then this is going to be contact person. Set contact person. Okay, so it is saying value here. placeholder. This is going to be contact person. So this one is okay. The second one is going to be email phone. So you can just go here, say email phone, and let's take in supplier, email phone, so here is going to have the email, set email, phone, set phone. This is going to be supplier dot email, and this is going to be supplier dot phone. So the here we just make both of them, so there is no any of them what is required. So okay, maybe we cannot submit an empty thing, so at least we have to submit something. So here data is going to be email. Here you can be phone is equal phone. This is supplier dot id, and then the data. This is update supplier by id, and this is going to be email and phone updated. So email phone has been updated, so just come here and we say supplier, this is going to be email, okay, email set email, okay, supplier at gmail.com. This is phone, here is going to be phone, set phone, Okay. So you're just going to add some phone number there. So maybe one thing we could just do is, because if there is no email, maybe just say, oh, no phone. Cannot submit empty fields. So we do this is going to be email or undefined. So here so we still have some details here. So we are done with this. So there is address and tax ID. Okay, so we can just say go to this one, which I'm just going to description dimensions. I'm just going to change this one to address tax. Let's see the time. Okay, address tax. So I'm just going to go to copy this. So we have the second one and then this one. And then this is going to be supplier. So this will have address, set address. This is going to be supplier dot address. There is no need to convert to string. The second one is the second one is tax ID. Set tax ID to supplier dot tax ID. So I'm not sure if the tax ID is supposed to be like how, but I'm just going to leave it as just tax. So that is going to be we have address, which should be address or undefined. This one's supposed to be tax ID. Or undefined. And here's going to be supplier. And then data. It's going to be update supplier. This is going to be address and tax ID updated. Okay, then so this is going to be address and tax. Address set address let's go and say here enter address. So we are on the address, so we have input address. So I want to duplicate this. And let's go and say tax ID. This is going to be tax and then this is going to be tax ID, then set tax ID, and this is going to be tax ID here, like so. Update tax and address. Okay, so we are remaining with only one. So tax. So you can just go ahead and remove all these. So I will edit this description, which we're just going to call the, maybe quite notes and payment. So just going to say notes payment card. So notes payment card. So copy this. So just going to delete this and this images card. So for the notes, we're just going to pass in also the supplier, and even here just going to add the supplier. And let's go to the notes, and then here supplier, and then here be supplier. Okay, so here we have the notes, set notes should be supplier dot notes, and then this other one is going to be payment terms. So if you just look at this payment terms, set payment is going to be supplier dot payment terms, and this one is actually a number. So if we just give it maybe 0 or something, so this is going to be notes, which is notes, and the dimension is going to be the payment terms. Update supplier by ID. You're just going to say notes and payment okay. And the product description, so this is going to be supplier notes, and these are going to be notes, and then here just going to say notes, set notes, and here just going to say supplier description, or notes actually. Then on this side, these are going to be the terms. So here just say terms, payment terms, and this will be payment terms, set payment terms. Okay, so So here is we say that if payment terms, if it is true, then we just have number of payment terms, it is undefined. Okay, so gives a number or undefined. Placeholder is going to be, for instance, 30. Okay. So this looks good. This looks good. Let's just now go to page. First of all, I'm just going to go back to this. This is going to be supplier. Update form. So we just only need the I'll remove these ones, leave only the supplier, eco supplier. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go to update. So here, let me just update this. Okay, so we have only the basic information. So in that case, we actually don't need a tab. Okay. So we have this, the name, and then the phone and email. Then we have the address and the tax ID, and then we have the notes. Okay, so we could just even put them like in one, be putting it in one line, like you find the card. So let me just go back to these cards. So I will start with this one. So we're just going to say here where we have this and this. So I'm just going to say grid and say MD grid cores 2. So you just do that, you see that then that's much better. So even here, go to the next one, email phone. Just going to simply say that MD grid cores 2. I'm just going to say MD grid cores 2, and then find the address tax. So this, since it is having the address tax is okay. The only that is not okay maybe the grid cores, maybe the one for description. This one, but this one looks okay. Like to add some notes here, like to really utilize the space really well. So yes, like this, I'm just going to say Gerard Antonio. Just going to say Antonio. Anton and update name and this like name and email updated. So this is name and contact. This will be name and contact. Okay, so if you just like just like, yeah, so you can see you can just update this to 0 update. Address, let's put the address, and just going to say some notes. If you just like reload, okay, so that's good. You can see that these updates in real time. So the update also works like really nicely. This should not take to the if you just go to the page, make sure that this one takes to the dashboard, purchases, and then suppliers. Okay, so here back to suppliers, the same thing here. So just go to purchase suppliers. You want to go to suppliers. Okay. So that's good. You can search, can export, and others. So wanted to finish with the supplier items. I don't know what supplier items would look like the items each supplier supplies. I don't know how the table for the supplier items, how it would look like. Let me first look at the supplier items. Okay, so we just maybe look at the schema instead. So supplier, and then I think it is this one, items. So it has, each supplier has items. I'm not sure if it is this one which has like item supplier. We will have to create for these supplier items. Let me see the time. Okay, so it's already 5 hours. It's already 5 hours, so we're just going to stop here, and in the next episode is where we're just going to continue with everything. So thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.